Morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for Monday, June 12th, 2023. We do have quorum. All councillors are present today, and I'll ask everyone to rise for the singing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
So first on our order of business is item 2, recognitions and introductions. First one, I'll lay Director Martin.
Thank you, Reeve, and actually I'll have Corey introduce.
Again. Morning, Corey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I am here to reintroduce Georgia Iliou as our permanent community program coordinator at the Wellington Resource Center. Her position became permanent April 29th of this year. Prior to it becoming permanent, she was temporary with us from August, and she had worked with us in 2017 for 3 years. She brings a vast knowledge of FCSS programs from working with us prior in the community program coordinator role, as well as for Smoky River FCSS. In her spare time, Georgia loves to go for walks with her kids and travel to Mexico. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Do you want to add anything, Georgia? I mean, you've been coming back to us a lot. You must really like us.
It's good to be back. Very
It's sorry, I should have had the mic on. It's good to have you back. I know you bring a wealth of knowledge. You've had a lot of experience with this, so we're glad to have you back. So
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
So next is staff introductions. Director Gabriel.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and good morning, Council. I will turn this introduction over to Leslie to introduce the newest member of her team.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Some of you are familiar with Amber Donovan. She is in the gallery this morning. Amber was born and raised in Wembley, is excited to be back in the County of Grand Prairie after being in Dawson Creek for the last 4 years. She was the marketing manager at the Dawson Cooperative Union. Amber has her bachelor's in management, majoring in marketing from Athabasca University, and she is graduating with her marketing designation from the Canadian Marketing Association in August. And Reeve Marshall will be very familiar with your sports sex activities. We know that. A former coach of yours in soccer and on the ball diamond in Grand Prairie is where Amber likes her sports as her passion. Very excited to have Amber joining our communications and marketing team.
Welcome, Amber. Yes, I do have a lot of experience with taping your ankles in basketball. You're a very passionate and a very high energy person, so I hope you bring that to the county with you. It's good to see you here. So with that, we'll move on to 2.3, Financial Services. Director Shonkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. It's my privilege this morning to introduce 3 new individuals to the finance team. The first lady is Lindy Ruthven. Lindy has joined the cash control team as a temporary customer service representative, and she'll be with us until August of 2023. Lindy has recently completed her Office Administration Legal Office program with the Northwestern Polytechnic, including a practicum component with legislative services. She has a strong administrative background, having worked in administrative roles in various spas and recently for Ruthven Energy Services. So we'd like to welcome Lindy. Thank you. The next lady there in the front that you've also probably noticed is Jory Lynn Anderson. Jory has joined the cash control team as a customer service representative summer student, and also until the end of August. Jory was born and raised in the county of Grand Prairie. She resides with her daughter Violet and their dog Huey. Jory has spent most of her career working in the human services sector within municipalities and non-for-profit organizations. She is also eager to expand her knowledge in the financial services department. And in the free time, Jory enjoys reading, spending time with the daughter, pup, and close friends. And then lastly, I would like to introduce Dawn Lalonde. For some of you, you might recognize Dawn. Dawn was with the county for about 9 years until 2018. Dawn has rejoined us this year to help with the ERP data processing and is working closely with Nicole Armstrong on this project. Thank you.
Yes, Dawn. Juan?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. My apologies. The last individual that I would like to introduce is the summer student for the assessment team. The lady there is Hannah Thorne. Hannah has been working with Chris and his group. Hannah has finished the Bachelor of Arts at of Sociology at the University of Victoria and will be returning in the fall to complete her master's. So my apologies, Hannah, and welcome to the county. Thank you.
Well, welcome all. I guess we have 2 summer students, so hopefully you'll enjoy. It won't be quite as hectic as the first few months or first few weeks in May. It'll be a little calmer for the rest of the summer, and you'll be able to actually enjoy your duties with the county. So I want to welcome the other 2 in your permanent roles. So thank you. So we'll move on to item 3, agenda approval. So looking for a motion to approve the agenda. I have Councillor Frayne.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I would like to approve the agenda for June 12th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. I believe Julia, you have one addition.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. There was administration asking if council would consider adding another item, which is titled Grand Prairie Friendship Center Invitation, Gathering Gala Invitation. We just received it last week, past the deadline. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the PLS meeting last week, there was a notification of the library conference meeting that's happening in November. And so I'd like to add that to the agenda because there's several trustees that are here that it would affect. So
that would be 8.15 will be the Friendship Center, and 8.16 will be the libraries.
Yeah. Alberta Library Conference.
Okay. Director Conowalik.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to add an item to closed session, land concern.
Land, so under 13.3.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne for approval of the agenda with the 3 additional items. Is there any further additions to the agenda or changes? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Krennic, we're just waiting on you. There, okay. That motion is carried. So moving on to minutes approval. Deputy Harris.
Thanks, Reeve Marshall. I'd move approval of the May 23rd, 2023 council meeting minutes.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris of approval of the May 23rd, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented. Are there any errors or omissions within those minutes? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. 4.2, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that council approve the minutes from May the 31st, 2023 special council meeting as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre of approval of the May 31st, 2023 special regular council meeting minutes as presented. Are there any errors or omissions within those? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 4.3, Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move approval of the June 1st, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson of approval of the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes for June 1st, 2023. Are there any further, or are there any errors or omissions within those minutes? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to item 5, delegations appointment. That's for 1:30 this afternoon. So we'll move on to 6, unfinished business. Notice of motion, garbage can collection in county hamlets and subdivisions. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A notice of motion at the last meeting was made by Councillor Karen Roosevelt. And the motion was that council consider directing administration to research and prepare a report on garbage collection in county hamlets and subdivisions, and that to be presented to one of the future council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd had several calls about this topic, and so I thought I would ask the council to, or our administration to bring us some information. So at this point, I'd like a motion that council direct administration to research and prepare a report on garbage collection in the county hamlets and subdivisions to be presented at council at a future meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt, the council direct administration research and prepare a report on garbage collection in county hamlets and subdivisions to be presented to council at a future council meeting. Councillor Beaupre to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm in support of this motion. I've had a couple of phone calls from residents that live close to an area that's already being picked up. And so they're looking at an expansion to an already existing route.
Thank you. I'm seeing no more discussion on it. I will call a question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 6.2, notice of motion, road closure. Julia.
Thank you. A second notice of motion that was made at the last meeting that council considers directing administration to bring further information on the road closure of Range Road 54 and Highway 2 to be presented to council at the subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kranek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I made this notice of motion due to the fact that we've had some inquiries in regards to that and from residents in the area. So I'd like to make a motion of option one that council direct administration to bring further information on the road closure of Range Road 54 and Highway 2 to be presented at council at a future council meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Kranek that council direct administration to bring further information to the road closure of Range Road 54 and Highway 2 to be presented to council at a future council meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 6.3 tri-municipal event update. Director Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we're presenting an update on an event that, as council remember, we had approved co-hosting with the City of Grande Prairie, MDA Greenview, that was to be held on May 27th. You'll remember, of course, as a result of the wildfire emergency that was underway at the time, the event was canceled. And in discussion with the administrations of both the city and the MD, we've identified a potential alternative date and event happening at the World Petroleum Congress in Calgary, September 17th, 21st. And we're suggesting this would be a suitable alternative to what was planned for May, and we could again leverage some of the work we're doing with industry to bring more investment to the area and focus on that event as potential for this. It's our understanding that the mayor and council for the city is in favor of the change of venue, and at the time of the writing of this report, the MD was still awaiting a decision from their council and haven't heard if that's happened yet or not. And there was a budget identified for this initiative during final budget deliberations. So we're recommending and looking for direction from council. We're recommending that council authorize the county to participate in the tri-municipal event with the city and MDA Greenview during the World Petroleum Congress, September 17th to 21st, 2023, which is being held in Calgary. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a really worthwhile opportunity. Last year we attended as guests, I believe, of the Petroleum Association or the Worldwide Congress, Petroleum Congress. And there's a lot of opportunity at this venue to be able to highlight the region. So I'll make that motion that council authorize the County of Grande Prairie to participate in the tri-municipal event with the City of Grande Prairie and the Municipal District of Greenview during the World Petroleum Congress on September 17th, 2021 in Calgary. And this is to be the replacement for the event that was canceled due to the wildfire activity.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. The council authorized the County of Grande Prairie to participate in a tri-municipal event with the City of Grande Prairie and the Municipal District of Greenview during the World Petroleum Congress on September 17th to 21st, 2023 in Calgary, Alberta, identified by the administration as replacement to the earlier scheduled event during the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference with an estimated cost of $35,000, shared equally between the municipalities with funding to come from the Economic Development Operating Budget. Is there any further discussion to the motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 6.4, road closure of portion of road 20 up road plan 2056 CL located within Southeast 27110 west of the 6th. Director Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Ashton Peterson, our land administrator, is here to take us through this one. Thanks.
Go ahead, Ashton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So bylaw 3189 proposes to close a portion of road plan 2056 CL, which is located east of Highway 722 within Southeast 27110 west of the 6, adjacent to Range Road 102 and Township Road 710. The purpose of this closure is for the county to dispose of its interests in this portion of land and consolidate it back into the quarter in exchange for a new road right-of-way to realign Range Road 102 and 710. So bylaw 3181 received first reading during the public hearing held on May 30th, 2022, and a road closure submission package for ministerial approval was delivered to Alberta Transportation on June 16th, 2022. That included the first reading of bylaw 3189, copies of public hearing notices, copies of comments received and the correspondence, and a certified true copy of the minutes from May 30th, 2022. With the approval received by Alberta Transportation, bylaw 3189 is now being presented to council for second and third reading. Following the adoption of second and third readings, the portion of closed road will be consolidated back into Southeast 2, 7110 west of the 6, fulfilling the land acquisition agreement signed by the landowner of Southeast 2, 7110 west of the 6 that facilitates the exchange of land required for the new road-of-way to realign Range Road 102 and Township Road 710 for the portion of closed road. Administration is presenting three options today. Option 1 is the recommended option that council approve bylaw 3189, being the bylaw to provide for the road closure of portion of road plan 2056 CL located within Southeast 2, 7110 west of the 6 as presented for the purpose of disposal by giving second and third readings. Option 2 would be that council take no action on the proposed bylaw 3189, and option 3 would be as council directs. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashton. Go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. This was the first reading we had, or public hearing we had was in May 30th, 2022. This seems like a ridiculously long amount of time to get approval on a road closure that's really not controversial. The government itself is supposed to be working on red tape reduction. I would think that this might be a real good example of somewhere where they could actually do something to speed up this process. And so I think we should take an opportunity to make sure that we let the new Minister of Transportation know, or the red tape reduction minister know, that we don't think this is acceptable. A year to have something in the event we were waiting on to do improvement to this road, we would have missed a whole construction season on this. So I'd like to see some action taken by administration or by this council and after we go through the bylaw, I'd like to make a motion that we write a letter to the red tape reduction and transportation with regards to the process, this longer process.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Harris.
Thanks, Chief Marshall. I'd move that second reading be given to bylaw 3189.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Deputy Harris that second reading be given to bylaw 3189, being the bylaw to provide the road closure of a portion of road plan 2056 CL located within Southeast 2, 7110 west of the 6th. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Krennic.
I'd like to make a motion that third and final reading be given to bylaw 3189.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic that third and final reading be given to bylaw 3189, being the bylaw to provide for the road closure of a portion of road plan 2056 CL located within Southeast 2, 7110 west of the 6th. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that directs administration to write a letter to, or write to the Minister of Transportation, as well as the Minister of Red Tape Reduction, outlining this process and the length that it took, with what could have been resulting in missing 1 year's construction season on a road closure that was not controversial and shouldn't have taken so long.
Okay, so Sabina is crafting that.
So ministers. They have identified, sorry, yeah.
We're Googling like crazy. trying to
Go
find
ahead,
out.
Director Lund.
Streets, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, yeah, or proud, you know, whichever minister is responsible for red tape reduction. There might not be a specific one or specific ministry called that, but
Yeah, that works.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council direct administration to write a letter to the Minister of Transportation and any appropriate ministers for wait time.
So at the, I mean, I think any appropriate minister, right? Because it's going to need to go to the Minister of Transportation as well, so they understand the.
So again, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council direct administration to write a letter to the Minister of Transportation and any appropriate ministers for wait times on highway closures. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 7 public hearings are commenced at 1 o'clock. So we'll move on to new business. 8.1, 2022 policy review project. 8.1A policy M10. Director Lapp.
thanks, Mr. Chair. She's giving me the thumbs up, so I'll just kind of run through this quick, and she's Ashton's here if there's any questions. So this is part of the policy review project. Policy M10 deals with closures, leasing, licensing of surplus municipal roads. And some of the changes that we've proposed to the policy really just to transfer it to the new template. There's some new templated roles and responsibilities. We've updated policy purpose and policy statement, updated policy title, clarified some of the definitions and policy guidelines, defined the types of requests or proposals council may consider with surplus municipal roads, and included some requirements and standards for any requests for proposals. And we've identified where the generation of revenue from road closures will be used, and specified terms and conditions that can be imposed by the county administration on leasing or licensing agreements that could be put into place. I believe we have the red line version of the policy attached, as well as a clean copy for your information, and happy to answer, or Ashton's happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option 1, that council approve policy M10.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that council approve policy M10 closures, leasing and licensing of surplus municipal roads as presented. Is there any further discussion or any questions for Ashton? And seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So with that, I'll just, for our honored guests in the crowd today, you'll see us going through these things, but our agenda is sent out last week. So as council, we read all through all the information that's presented to us. So as we're going through it, they aren't going to present the whole package. You're not going to see a lot of that. So because we've had 5 days to go through this and look at it, and then if we have any questions, then we can ask administration around what's being presented. So it's kind of going quickly, but that's the reason why, because we've already had 5 days to look at this whole package. It's typically around 200 to 300 pages of documents that we have to read through. So you may be wondering why it's going through so quickly. That's the reason why. So with that, we'll move on to item 8.2. Contract award for replacement purchase of crawler dozer. Director Conowalik.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Administration's looking for council's approval to replace our current 2008 D6 KXL dozer. It was originally scheduled to be replaced in 2020, but was kept in service longer due to its operational condition. We did look at a rebuild, but it didn't make a lot of sense for this particular unit. We would like to replace it with a Caterpillar D4 due to the service of this previous Caterpillar unit. However, with the two quotes, you can see there's a $30,000 difference, and we currently don't have a system to track operational capital disposal costs through the life of a unit. So I can't give you a definitive answer to say that it's worth 30,000 more, other than, I guess, hearsay on us saying we've had a good unit and we'd like to replace it with something similar. The D6 KXL is not a standard D6 road construction dozer. It's smaller. That's why you see the equivalent being a D4. It's used for ditching, cleanup. It's a smaller type unit. So having said that, we are obviously making the recommendation based on the 30,000 price, but we leave it to your discretion. I can answer any questions.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that County of Grand Prairie enter into an agreement with Brandt Tractor Limited for the purchase of one new 2024 John Deere 700L LGP crawler dozer at a total contract value of $428,386.76, excluding GST, to be delivered no earlier than January 1st, 2024, with funding to come from the Mobile Equipment Reserve Replacement Reserve. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Peterson, to the motion.
So I'll be voting against this motion because I think that we had a Caterpillar crawler that served us well before, and give us extra time because of that. And for $30,000 difference, I think that we're making the wrong decision there. I also think the resale value on the Caterpillar is generally better. So you may be buying it by buying that 30, but you're buying the reliability you had in the first one. So my vote would go towards buying the Caterpillar.
And I guess, yeah, thank you, Councillor Peterson. We hope to get to a position as an organization where we can have data that will back that up. And I appreciate the comments, and I have the same feelings. It's just, I can't present that as a fact, is the only reason that the option is the opposite.
You do have the fact the previous one run very
100%. That's a fact.
Councillor Beaupre.
Great, thank you, and appreciate your honesty when it comes to, these two pieces of articles, but the way that we procure them, I think we have the opportunity on performance to rate them.
Yep.
And at this point, I believe both of the vendors offer a very good product, and we haven't got anything that shows anything differently. So I will support Mr. Zimmerman's motion, because I believe if it's only hearsay and we haven't got any facts to back it up, I think we have to deal with the lowest tender in this instance.
Yeah, and I guess, yeah, I apologize on the fact comment. The fact is the previous piece has performed well, so that is a fact, as Councillor Peterson did say. It's I just don't have data to show all of council.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
I hit the wrong one.
That motion is carried. Whether you voted that way or not, it didn't matter. 8.3, funding requests from the Grand Prairie Aboriginal Circle of Services for Grand Prairie Traditional Powwow. Director Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have Nora Lee here to speak to this.
Go ahead, Nora Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So administration received an online request for funding support from the Grand Prairie Aboriginal Circle of Services in the amount of $20,000 for Eagle sponsorship for the Grand Prairie Traditional Powwow to be held on June 24th and 25th at the Bonnets Energy Center. This event, the intent of the gathering powwow is to enhance community wellness by sharing the strengths that inherent in a traditional powwow. This event supports traditional practices in our community and will bring Indigenous and non-Indigenous people together across Alberta. The event is an opportunity to engage Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, peoples, agencies, and partners in working together to foster healing in the advancement of truth and reconciliation. So they have several sponsorship opportunities for council to select. In 2022, council did provide a $5,000 Eagle sponsorship for this event. Last year, previous funding in 2018 was $10,000 towards the powwow and $500 to the round dance, and 2019, $500 to the round dance. The City of Grand Prairie approved funding on Monday, May 29th for $75,000 to the event. Part of that is gift in kind as it's hosted at the Bonnet Center. There's several options you could fund this from if you choose to fund it. The community assistant grant budget has $31,631 remaining for 2023, and community grants reserve balance has a balance of $738,135. There's also the community wellness and safety grant that has $22,500 remaining for this year.
Okay. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great idea, but I firmly believe that we should encourage the little ones. So I would like to see us even do a dance category. I'd like to see the little tiny tots one, because I'd love to be able to encourage the children to be able to learn their dances and their culture, and I think that would be an opportunity to help them do that. So I would like to see that, but so if there's no other lights, I would make a motion that we sponsor them for the $2,000 for the Tiny Tots dance category.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt of, to get to the right here. The council approved the funding request for the Grand Prairie Aboriginal Circle of Services GPACOS for the 4th annual Grand Prairie Traditional Powwow on January 24th, 25th, 2023 at the Bonnets Energy Center in the amount of $2,000 with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant.
But I would like to.
Go ahead.
I would like to see it actually specify the Tiny Tots, just because I think it's about encouraging and empowering our youth and children.
Okay, I don't see the Tiny Tots. Oh, right. Sorry, right at the end. Yes, Tiny Tots. Dance category. Okay, Councillor Beaupre to the motion.
Thank you. Actually, I'd like to see the funding increase and when they can be used towards junior dancing or events. But last year we did provide them sponsorship in the amount of $5,000, and I'd like to see it consistent. But with it dedicated to junior dance. You know, there's three different categories for Tiny Tots and juniors, and I think that would be an appropriate. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment if that's friendly to Karen.
So we have a request for a friendly amendment. Is that friendly, Councillor? To $5,000 to go to the for the youth dance?
Yeah, I think that's important.
That it'd be used for in the youth categories.
Okay. Okay, so the motion The amended motion is that council approve the funding request for the Grand Prairie Aboriginal Circle of Services, GPA COS, for the 4th annual Grand Prairie Traditional Powwow on January 24th, 25th, 2023 at the Monets Energy Center, for the amount of $5,000 sponsorship for the dance category youth, with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Go ahead.
Can we do a hand vote and I'll amend it after because it's not seeming to work right now?
Okay.
Yeah.
So with the motion as I spoke, we'll do a hand vote on this because the system is having issues. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried.
Thank you.
So moving on to 8.5, sponsorship request for the Peace Area. Am I? No, I'm 8.4, sorry. I jumped ahead one. Funding request for the Grand Prairie Live Theatre Society, GPLT. Oh, actually, we'll take a 5-minute recess and allow our students to exit, so. Go ahead, Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, so I just wanted to welcome the grade 6 class from the Byzantine School, and we were able to tour around through both the administration building and the Public Works building today, and we're lucky enough to talk to some staff along the way to kind of give us a heads up as to what their position is with the county, and we're really lucky to run into a previous student who is now currently working at the county and sort of showing what, you can come from Byzantine and get your education, and then you can also work at the county at some point. So thank you so much for you guys are on your very best behavior today and this morning for really, really paying attention for the 40 minutes. I really appreciate that. And you have a really, really fun day. I think you're off to the public school or the Peace Wapiti School Division next. And so thank you so much for coming to our council and learning about the County of Grand Prairie, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, guys.
and aids other groups in selling tickets for their event. An anonymous donor has committed to matching all new funds obtained for this special season up to a maximum of $25,000. Previously, the county has supported the Grand Prairie Little Theatre Society. In 2022, they received a $5,000 operating grant through the Grand Prairie Rec Board. In 2018, they received $5,000 for the Children's Festival through the Community Assistance Grant. And 2017, they received $4,250 in event funding through the Grand Prairie Recreation Board. Other funding sources identified in the application was the City of Grand Prairie funds them for $47,181, and Alberta Arts Foundation funds them for $35,000. Options for funding this request could be through the Community Assistance Grant. After the award this morning, there's $26,631 remaining in that pot. There's also the Community Safety and Wellness Grant that has $22,500, and the Community Grants Reserve, which has $738,135.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that council approve the funding request for the Grand Prairie Live Theatre Society for the 61st season of plays in the amount of $5,000 with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Councillor Beaupre, that council approve the funding request from the Grand Prairie Live Theatre Society for the 61st season of plays in the amount of $5,000 with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Sorry, Councillor Deputy Veras.
If I look at their financial statement and it says they have $300,000 in cash, I wonder why we're giving them any money. So I will not be in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre of funding of $5,000 from the Community Assistance Grants for the Grand Prairie Live Theatre Society for their 61st season. I'll call a question. That motion is lost. So with that, are we providing any direction then? That motion is lost. Are we? Okay. Can't go back and. Okay.
Looking for like a no action.
Yeah, I didn't know if we go into no action or not. Just, okay. Good enough. So 8.5, sponsorship request for Peace Area Alberta Dressage Association for the Dressage Equestrian event. Back to you, Norley.
So administration received a sponsorship request from Peace Area Alberta Dressage Association for a silent auction item or items for competitors' welcome packages for the upcoming Peace Alberta Dressage Association event to be held June 24th or 25th at Evergreen Park. So the event showcases the equestrian sport of dressage. The intent of the event is to reinstitute a dressage-specific horse show for all ages back in the northern part of Alberta. They also host clinicians and events through the region to promote dressage education. So sponsorship opportunities, gold 1,000, silver 500, bronze up to 300, another amount or a donation. We have not funded this before. This request is similar to some other kind of off-the-cuff ones that we get from like the Alberta Goat Association that we funded in the amount of $250 in 2018. It doesn't really fit under any other grant program, so that's why you're seeing it here.
Okay, and we have Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what, I do know most people involved in this will be county residents, so I would move that we do a bronze up to $300.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson. The council approved the sponsorship request from the Peace Region Alberta Dressage Association for the Dressage Equestrian event in the amount of $300 with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Councillor Oswald to the motion.
Yes, it was a question, but it's to the motion too, Norley. What did they ask for? Did they ask for, like I saw an auction and promotional stuff for their packages?
Sorry, I didn't write this one up. Chelsea did. So
Okay.
yeah, I think they did ask like just for whatever you could provide. So it was like they provided all their sponsorship opportunities and listed that you could provide either like a gift basket or any of these sponsorship opportunities.
Okay, because that comes through generally through the CIO's office, not through council. And so I'm just, I was kind of curious as to why it was here rather than at, just gone straight to Ms. Whittleton. So at this point, if that's what they're asking for, I'm not sure I can support the cash thing when it could go towards.
I'm okay with if that we just give them a gift basket for a raffle.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so.
Make a friendly amendment, Karen.
Well, you can withdraw the motion if you want.
Okay, I'll withdraw that and then could I move that we just donate a gift basket?
That promotional, send it through the Julia. So we have a motion. Motion has been withdrawn. We have a new motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson that, okay, get to the right one here. That council approved the sponsorship request for the Peace Region Alberta Dressage Association for the Dressage Equestrian event in the amount of a gift basket or promotional material with, and that's it. Councillor Beaupre to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have actually supported either the cash or the gift basket because as we know, sometimes our gift baskets don't actually provide the same value as the sponsorship does. And if they're trying to organize an event that needs money for the organization, sometimes the gift basket unfortunately is not. But my comment would be is like any other organization, we typically like to see their budget or their financial things. So I guess in the future, we should suggest to them that they provide both the budget and maybe financial records when they have them.
Yeah, we'll do that. And this just came through an email too. So we've directed them to the next time they need to use the proper processes to apply as well.
Thank you.
Deputy Harris.
Yeah, so we've discussed this before on gift baskets that we spend a bunch of money on a gift basket and they take it to a silent auction and get a third or a quarter of what we paid. And it just seems that that's not the best use of our dollars. So if you want to give them a gift basket, that's fine. They also ask for promotional devices, the promotional items for their gift baskets. So if we got some swag we could throw in there, that would be great as well. But I don't know if we want to reconsider the gift basket or not. We said we were, do we have an alternative to gift baskets? $50? What do the gift baskets cost us?
Well, I haven't been putting them together. They're more than $50.
Yeah, so we give them the choice, right?
That's right. So
if
far,
we say we're gonna give them a gift basket, you're gonna give them the choice of whether they take a gift basket or cash. That's good. Thank you.
that's $50. So that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So my concern with the gift baskets too is what I would support Peter and what he said, and additionally is what it costs us to assemble them and distribute them, staff time and stuff. I think these baskets cost a lot for the little bit that they might get in an auction. So I think the $300 might have been a deal for us.
Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of them are not using it for live auction or fundraising. They're just using it as a gift. They draw names and for different reasons. So far, nobody who requested the basket would not want cash. They prefer that we give them a basket. And yeah, Shannon is in charge of doing it now, and she does a really good job. But yeah, whatever council desires, we could do that. Thank you.
Councillor Oswald.
Thank you. I do know that since our team, our administration has actually gotten together and started doing the gift baskets themselves. They have improved significantly since when we're purchasing them from outside and bringing them in. So this gives the swag, this gives some other stuff in there too, and it actually promotes the county then. So I like this idea just because it gets that county name out there and that we are supporting this event.
So I'm seeing no more lights. Call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. In regards to things like this that come up and our rec boards and everything else, do we not have a better process which informs everybody that they need to give us a financial statement when they're sort of asking for money like this? It seems to be a general trend now. We want 5,000, 10,000, whatever the number is, but there's no concept of whether they need it or not. It's just because we're here. I would really like to see somewhere that anything we do, they have to supply a financial statement with it to show need, not just want. I mean, we saw on our rec board 2 or 3 that came forward with nothing. And when we went back to find a financial statement, it was later then submitted to us, they had $85,000 in the bank. You know, I get it. Everybody wants to get some money, but at some stage we need to have a process that's, you know, has to have a little bit of something with it to say that they're in need of this. It's just a question that's been on my mind for a while, so this brought it up.
Okay, moving on to 8.5. Or not, sorry, 8.6. Funding request for Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association for Veterans Memorial Garden and Interpretive Center. Back to you, Norlie.
So we received this online request from the Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association through the Grand Prairie and Area Rec Board for funding support in the amount of $5,000 for the Veterans Memorial Garden and Interpretive Center located in the city of Grand Prairie. The board recommended this grant be presented to council for funding consideration under policy case 6, the community assistance grant. The Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association operates the Veterans Memorial Garden and Interpretive Center in the city of Grand Prairie. The project started in 2017 as a place to teach about military history of northwestern Alberta. Some features include an outdoor classroom area with power, internet, TV, sound bars, tables, chairs with removable tarps, quick deploy walls in case of inclement weather, photocopying, camouflage paint, educational kits, and raised bed gardens for 12 families. The project has 2 main goals: to have regional teachers use the facility for field trips and to be able to access the educational kits for regional youth and seniors to have access to a safe gardening space at no cost. They have several fundraising events planned for 2023. The Canadian Forces Day Pancake Breakfast, drive-ins, show and slides, Christmas in July, Operation Gratitude, and a silent auction. The association is requesting funding support from the county due to the rising cost of electricity, water, sewer, and insurance. We have supported them before for $1,000 in 2021 for the Memorial Gardens, and we've provided them capital assistance in the amount of $9,600 in 2019 to move a CCAN to get the garden started. Funding for this request could come out of the Community Assistance Grant, which has $26,631 remaining after the motions today.
Councillor Beaupre.
You know, I commend Renee for the work that she does here. She's really aggressive and looks for lots of opportunities. But again, I don't see any financials of this one either, right? And but she did supply 2 quotes for the electrical that they're doing, so I appreciate that. Having said that, I'd like to make a motion that council approve the funding request from the Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association for the Veterans Memorial Gardens and Interpretive Center in the amount of $2,500 with funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant.
Actually, they do have their financials in there. It's the 8.62.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. To the right. The council approved the funding request for the Canadian Motorcycle Tourism Association for the Veterans Memorial Gardens and Interpretive Center in the amount of $2,500 funding to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.7, funding request from Helping Homeless Restart Society, Director Martin. I get it.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'll turn this back over to Norley.
Okay, go ahead, Norley.
So administration received an online request through the Hythe Demet Valhalla Recreation Board from the Helping Homeless Restart Society for funding in the amount of $5,000 to support the operating costs of the society in Hythe. This request falls out the scope of policy 15, the operating assistance, and Recreation Advisory Board recommended that this could potentially be funded by the new Community Wellness and Safety Grant stream under policy case 6, the Community Assistance Grant. The Helping Homeless Restart Society's mission is to end homelessness for individuals accessing the facility by providing safe and critical services to support them in healing, rebuilding their lives, and integrating them back into community. The program has been operating since November 2020 to assist homelessness and low-income individuals with housing security. The society works with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to get people off the streets, reduce crime in the community, and assist residents with support to get them integrated back into society. The society supported 8 residents through the winter of 2020, 15 residents through the winter of 2021, and 18 residents through the winter of 2022. The society has a lease agreement with the owner of the motel in Hythe, which operates with the funds received from the room rentals. With rising energy costs, the society is requesting funding in the amount of $5,000 from the county to assist with energy costs. This funding could come from the Community Wellness and Grant stream of community assistance, which has $22,500 remaining for 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Could you remind me, Mr. Chair, I know there was a request once before with regards to taxes on this particular building. How did we satisfy that? There was a request to forgive taxes from the owner of the building, I believe, and I don't remember what was council's decision.
It's a good question. Minister, they had came here to request support, but there was something to do with the fact that it was under the owner's name and it wasn't the society, and they were trying to get ownership, like transferred of title and stuff, but I don't know where all that ended up.
Right, because utilities, if it's still under the ownership of the individual that owns the facility, he or she would be receiving utility bills, I would think, on that particular.
Go ahead, Julia.
Yeah, so administration was directed to work with society and the current owner to figure out what kind of agreement they will have. And I don't know if we actually found solution on that one. And there was a motion also to work with them to apply for the upcoming year to see if they would qualify to be exempted under COPTIA, which is communities. I forgot what it stands for. Anyways, it's a property tax exemption application. So they were advised to do so, and they did apply. And that application was presented to council, and council waived, put them into that category because they qualified for taxes for 2023. But that does not waive or doesn't forgive write off the prior outstanding taxes for the private ownership. I just have to see what happened exactly through the conversations between the current landowner and the group with respect to the transfer of the ownership of the property. And then it was to be decided at that point. So,
Yeah, I guess that's my concern is who owns this building and if the ownership has changed hands yet, because we've done some work in the past to help them transition, and I'd like to know that they own the building before we give them money out.
yeah, so they at that point when council made a motion to allow the exemption and accept their application, they had they had a lease agreement with the current owner, which is appropriate according to the act for us to use that lease agreement. The future consideration to allow that for them to remain in that exempt category, they must provide copy of the lease agreement, or they will have to become the owners. So that's why I know the ownership remains in private hands, but they did provide the lease agreement, which I believe will expire this fall, and they will have to provide a new lease agreement for that property. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I personally did not participate in their meetings. That's why I do not recall. Mark, maybe you recall what exactly conversation took place between that group and the private owner on, potential transfer of the property in the future. So.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, what I will do is I've been updated. I do have more information, but what I'll do is I'll just check in first and give council then a complete update, maybe after lunch if it so pleases council.
Yeah, I think we need more information maybe before we can move ahead with this item. Want to make sure we have all the information on the table. Director Martin, did you have anything to add?
Sorry, Chair, not really much more than what the CEO has already added. I just want to mention that we have been working with this group. They were a grassroots group, and we've been helping them get more organized as they take on more and more of his roles. So they themselves are still evolving and growing. And I know that Nora Lee and others have been helping them get structured. So this is part of that process, I believe, still.
So it'd be nice to know, even with this lease agreement, if you have that information for this afternoon, if the utilities is part of that, or if that's on the owner themselves. So, Director or Councillor Peterson.
I make a motion to table it.
Okay.
For more information.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Peterson to table this item till this afternoon for more information. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to 8.8 Recreation Advisory Board recommendations. I'm assuming this back to you, Nora Lee. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the county's 6 recreation advisory boards met over the week of May 15th to 19th, 2023 to review applications for the 2023 operating assistance funding as per policy K15 and make recommendations for council's consideration. So the Beaver Lodge Elmworth Welland Recreation Advisory Board reviewed 12 applications on May 15th, 2023 and made the following recommendations for the budgeted $31,830. So they recommended to fund Beaver Lodge Elementary School for their grade 6 trip for $4,300. Beaver Lodge Area Cultural Society for their side entrance upgrade for $3,000. Beaver Lodge Boys and Girls Camp Society for operations, utilities, insurance, caretaker, and propane for $5,000. The McNaught Homestead Preservation Society for operations, utilities, insurance, and site maintenance for $1,000. Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society to offset facility rental costs for $3,000. Beaver Lodge Senior Citizens Association for operating costs, including power, gas, water, and sewer for $2,000. Beaver Lodge Barracuda Swim Club for operating rental and coach expenses for $2,000. Beaver Lodge Mural Foundation for 3 mural projects in the town of Beaver Lodge for $3,530. Elmsworth School for swimming lessons for $2,000. South Peace Centennial Museum for $5,000 and the Beaver Lodge Blades Junior Hockey Club for $1,000 to make up the $31,000. One application, administration will reach out to the North Peace Bracket Association and remind them to apply through the Community Assistance Program because their Spring Spectacular Car Show and Swap Meet is more of an event and the deadline of 45 days before, so they can have enough time for council to consider it. The Wembley and Dimsdale Saskatoon Recreation Advisory Board reviewed 7 applications on May 15th and made the following recommendations in the budgeted $30,650 to fund the Helen E. Taylor School for swimming lessons for $5,000, Riverview Pines Community, utilities costs for operating light in the park, $3,000, Saskatoon Lake Ag Society for outdoor storage shed, $5,000, Silver and Gold Pioneer Club of Wembley, generally operating expenses, $5,000, Wembley and District Agricultural Society Fall Fair, $5,000, Wembley and District Culture and Historical Society for $5,000 for their utility bills, which include electricity, gas, portable toilet, insurance, garbage. And the Wembley Community Society, $2,650 towards their playground. The Grand Prairie and Area Rec Board reviewed 17 applications on May 16th, 2023, and made the following recommendations for funding on the budget for $44,670. Camp Tamarack, $5,000 for summer camp support. Center for Creative Arts, $5,000 to support visual arts and craft programs and events. Game Country Archers, office rental space costs, $2,500. Grand Prairie Aquarium Swim Club, offset costs and rentals for coaches, $2,500. Grand Prairie Centers Rugby Club, offset utilities, insurance, and field costs of $2,500. Grand Prairie Disc Golf, maintenance, repairs, and upgrades for the Evergreen Park Golf Course of $2,500. Grand Prairie Music Society, offset rehearsal space costs, put concerts on, and conductor costs for $2,000. PARDS, $5,000 for running their mounted therapeutic riding program. Friends of the Grand Prairie Boys Choir, $2,500 to support concerts and music education. Troyanda Society of Ukrainian Culture and Heritage, $5,000 for Ukrainian culture art workshops. Wapiti Nordic Ski Club program support for skiing and biking for $5,000, and Wolverines Wheelchair Sports Association, $5,000. And then there's $170 remaining in that rec board that they've recommended to get returned to municipal or community grants reserve. The following grants were recommended to come to council for other funding, and you've already seen Canadian Motorcycle Tourism and Grand Prairie Live Theatre Society. Bandage Paws Animal Rescue will be part of the other agreement that they're working on, and then Wedgwood Neighborhood Association will come later once we have the rest of the covenant stuff determined. The Claremont Byzantin Recreation Advisory Board reviewed 11 applications on May 16th, 2023, and made the following recommendations for the budgeted $38,720. Byzantin Agricultural Society for $4,500. Byzantin Recreational Society, $4,500. Claremont Community Garden Expansion, $4,500. Crystal Creek Recreation Society, $4,500. Grand Prairie Society of German Canadians, $2,500. Cluskin Hill Museum Society, $4,500. The Golden Years Club of Byzantin, $4,500. West Smoky Legion, $4,500. And Whispering Ridge Community School, $4,500. The Hythe Demet Valhalla Recreation Board reviewed 14 applications on May 17th, 2023, and made the following recommendations for funding for the budgeted $28,510. The Borderline Cultural Foundation, $3,000. Hythe and District Agricultural Society, $2,200. Hythe Athletic Association, $1,200. Hythe Community Choir, $2,200. Hythe Golden Age and Crafts Center, $3,000. Hythe Regional School, $5,000 total for swimming lessons and a bowling program. Peace Area Motorsports Association, $1,500. South Peace Rural Community Learning, $3,000. Valhalla Community School, $1,500. Valhalla Community School Council, $3,500. And Valhalla Rec Center, $2,200. And then they referred the Helping Homeless Restart Society here And we'll bring the discussion with the Height Legion when we talk about operating assistance at a different meeting, so. The last rec board meeting was May 17th for the Sexsmith Glass Cheap Creek Recreation Board, which we reviewed 11 applications for the budgeted $3,540. Little Glass School, $5,000. Robert Sahara Public School, $5,000. Sexsmith and District Seniors Association, $1,000. Sexsmith Minor Hockey Association, $2,180. Sexsmith Skating Club, $2,180. Sexsmith Tumbling Club, $2,180. Sexsmith Wellness Coalition, $3,000. Sexsmith St. Mary's Catholic School, $5,000. Sunset Tenants Home Association, $1,000. TB Creek School, $5,000, and the Twilight Craft Club, $5,000, for a total of $36,500. So administration is recommending that council approve the 2023 Recreation Advisory Board Operating Assistance Grant as presented and recommended by the County Recreation Advising Boards, with funding to come from the 2023 Operating Assistance budget, and that council transfer the unallocated Recreation and Advisory Board funds in the amount of $600 to the Community Grants Reserve.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Before I make the motion, Mr. Chair, I just had one question to ask of Norley, and that's with regards to the Gluskin Hills Museum Society, the summer student wages. Typically, is that not handled underneath the Parks and Recreation budget line?
They do get like $14,240 for wages, but over the last 5 years, we've funded them additional funding through the rec boards for a second student. And we've tried to get them the Canadian Student Grant Program. It's just really hard because they need to have someone supervise them full time, and they don't have anyone there. And even our park host isn't there to kind of be that person to supervise them the whole time. So they don't really qualify for that grant.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna, I guess my question was, is this something that we should be recommending to Parks and Recreation to either increase their budget to recognize that they have been using too? Because it seems like it's not coming from the right fund, I guess, is what my comments. I mean, I support it, but I just think that it maybe isn't in the right grant line.
We could do that. They have to come back to do an annual report to council as part of that community assistance funding. So we could have them come to council versus committee of the whole and ask for that funding to be increased to that amount if that's what council wants. But they are scheduled. I don't know if we have an appointment, but we're trying to get them back here in the next couple months to do their annual report. So.
Thank you. So having heard that, Mr. Chair, then I'll move option 1, that council approve the 2023 Recreation Advisory Board Operating Assistance Grants allocation as presented and recommended by the county's Recreation Advisory Boards, with funding to come from the 2023 Operating Assistance budget.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council approve the 2023 Recreational Advisory Board Operating Assistance Grant allocations as presented and recommended by the County Recreation Advisory Boards, with funding to come from the 2023 Operating Assistance budget. Is there any further discussion? Okay. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During our height discussion, we also asked that the Legion go away to have a conversation about insurance and such. And so I would, since they cannot get insurance through our ANIs, I would like to have them maybe included in the discussion for our hall grants. And so I don't know if we need a motion to have them brought forward, like when we're going through all our hall grant information. Would you like a motion for that?
Just looking to administration, what direction would you like?
Oh, I already have it marked down because there's a couple other ones too that were flagged through the rec boards where we're looking at should seniors centers be funded. Through there was a couple comments in different boards. So I think that should probably come back to that since we're having that discussion anyway.
I just want to make sure that that Legion is
Yeah.
included because we took them out of our grants because they didn't really apply for there, but I would like to, so actually I'm going to make a motion. How's that? Then we know it's done. I would move that we include the Height Legion in the discussions for our hall grant operating assistance information as we go through that process.
Okay, I'll let Sabina draft up the message.
Yeah, I think we have that session coming up with council here. Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt that council direct administration to include the Height Legion in the discussions for hall operating assistance grants. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, am I writing on one? That motion is carried. Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that council transfer the unallocated Recreation Advisory Board's funds in the amount of $600 to the Community Grants Reserve.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne that council transfer the unallocated Recreation Advisory Board funds in the amount of $600 to the Community Grants Reserve. Councillor Beaupre to the motion.
I'm sorry, this is actually a question with regards to the last motion, but I'll sort of wait till after.
Okay. So is there any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Doing this. That motion is carried. Councillor Beaupre, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I should have asked this question before we had the motion. Appreciate where Councillor Roosevelt's going with this, but we have several other legions in our area, as well as we just heard from the request from the Memorial Gardens as well, Veterans Memorial Gardens. I guess for council's consideration, we need to decide where we stand as far as organizations. We have some that are faith-based as well that have approached us, and we've in the past had a policy around faith-based organizations, what we will and won't fund. So, if we're going to start down the road of helping with operational costs on some of them, we may need to make sure that we're inclusive of all of the legions or organizations that recognize our commitment to our veterans in Alberta or in Canada.
Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. But ultimately what was discussed at our rec meeting about that was the fact that this Legion is entirely within the county. They have no other options also for any other municipality to help or anything else. They are a hall and they are a vital part of that community. That is the facility that hosts everything almost in that community. And so it's just the fact that they have no other alternative other than the Legion itself and their fundraising events to go and ask for help and stuff. So at this point, it's just asking that they be brought into the discussion for the hall assistance. So it's just for future. And I agree that we do need to have a more fulsome conversation about some of the other organizations.
Okay, moving on to 8.9, appointment of weed inspector, Director Martin. Thanks, Marley.
Thank you, Chair. Just excuse me, Under the Weed Control Act, weed inspectors need to be appointed, and we have one name brought forth here, Quintera Anderson, who has been with us, just finishing up her orientation, and we'd like to have her appointed under the Weed Control Act. So I would ask council if you have any questions other than that. That's
Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'd move option one that the council appoint Quintera Anderson as weed inspector as per their authority under the Weed Control Act.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic. The council appoint Quintera Anderson as weed inspector as per their authority under the Weed Control Act. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. That motion is carried. So 8.10 to 8.13, Director Lapp had to step out for a little bit. He'll be back this afternoon to cover those items. So we'll move on to 8.14, tender award for culvert replacement. Director Konowalik.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is a project that was included in budget. South of the Morning View Golf Course. It's a tributary to Kluskin Creek. You can see the 9 bids that were received. We're recommending award to the low bid received from Green Acre Ventures. You can see that it's well within budget. And to top it off, we also have we're successful in obtaining a STIP grant for 75% of the costs. So our recommendation would be to award to the low bidder. I can take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option one.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that council award the culvert replacement and other work BF .9115 Southwest 1573-5 west of the 6th tributary to the Kluskin Creek contract to Green Acres Ventures Limited in the tender amount of $480,150 excluding GST. The estimated total cost of the contract including engineering contingency and any other associated costs is $618,417.25 excluding GST, with funding to come from the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program STIP local road bridge grant to a maximum of 75% of costs, with the remaining funding to come from bridge replacement reserve. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to 8.15, which was Julia's. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, Friday, we received an invitation for council to attend the Grand Gathering Gala being put by the Grand Prairie Friendship Center. So the cost is $214 per person per ticket, and looking for council's direction on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. So that information was sent out by Sabina this morning. It's in your email if you want to see the covering information on it. So what is council's wishes with regards to this? Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this event was very successful last year in helping with the Friendship Center as well. And I believe that they've done a lot of work to make another successful event this year. So I'll make a motion that any council member that wishes to attend may attend.
So option one.
Yep.
So thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that tickets be purchased for those members of the County Council who wish to attend to the Grand Gathering Gala on June 17, 2023, with funding to come from council budget line, and that any tickets purchased for spouses be deducted through payroll for that council member. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.16, library. I believe that is yours, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you very much. As I'd mentioned earlier, when I added this to the agenda, there was a conversation that was held at the Peace Library Systems meeting with regards to an event. It's no longer called the Alberta Library Association. This is, I can't remember how many library systems that are getting together, seven of them getting together to host both a virtual and an in-person event. It will follow directly after the RMA conference in Edmonton that's being hosted, I believe, at River Creek Resort. And like I said, does have a virtual option. And this is for the trustees of the Grand Prairie, the County of Grand Prairie Library Board, as well as Peace Library and the Grand Prairie Library as well. So I just wanted to bring that to attention, and I guess I'm looking for a motion to allow those trustees as well as myself, because I'm the representative from the Grand Prairie Library Board, as well as the Peace Library Board system representative to attend.
So we have a motion on the floor. I'll let Sabina craft that. Actually, and I'll go, Julia, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just send you a link to that conference, and it's called 2023 Stronger Together Annual Conference, and looks like they have multiple days online. Conference will be on November 3rd, and then in-person trustee development day on November 9th, and in-person Stronger Together Conference November 10th. So, yeah.
Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually like to make a friendly amendment because of the importance of the libraries in our communities. I would like to actually suggest that we allow all council to go, because it's important for all of our council to actually understand what the libraries do and how important they are to our communities.
Because we're not all trustees, right?
No, I know, but they can still be put in as I'm sure that they would still be allowed as a council member. We used to have all councils allowed at the conferences as well. So, or just look into it.
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say that we might want to try to find out, because this one might be different because it's not being hosted by the Alberta.
But if possible, how's that?
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
Okay, so with that discussion, I don't know if this motion will follow. So the motion as it's currently written is the Councillor Leanne Beaupre and any other councillors who wish to attend the Alberta Library Conferences be authorized to attend the conferences with funding to come from the council budget line. I think with that discussion, we need to.
So it should be that the library trustees, council members that are appointed as library trustees, be allowed to attend the thing, but all council if possible.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, does it need to come from the council budget line, or is that part of our wage lines or whatever?
Yeah.
Julius.
Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you. I'm just reading what is on this invite. It says our target audience is our library trustees, library managers, and general library staff. And yeah, I'm assuming that for a councillor, it would come from council line. So, and yeah, I'm not sure if we budgeted for this one for whole council to attend or just a trustee. I'm not sure how that worked in the past. So thanks.
Okay, so motion as it reads is that council members appointed as library board trustees and any other councillors who wish to attend the Alberta Library Conferences be authorized to attend conferences with funding to come from the council budget line. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So with that, we'll move on to information items. There are none. Notices of motion. Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'd like to bring forward a motion dealing with Highway 674, TP Creek Highway, to get advocacy or at least some information through Alberta Transportation as to when and where and why we haven't got our road repaired through there yet. As it falls away, it's become a huge hazard.
Okay.
As I sort of mentioned, we need to get Chase back in the room here probably for a few minutes, saying he hasn't come to visit for a little while, so we could also make that call.
Okay, so we have a notice of motion. Dr. Conowalla comes through, is well aware of what that entails, so. So moving on. No, but I mean, basically, yeah, that'll come back to the next council meeting for direction. Okay, so moving on to council member reports. So go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
I guess that's the notice of motion, but I would assume that administration probably will work to try and find a date for the regional director to come, right? Is that kind of, and I wonder if we couldn't put on the topic about the federal grant and hopefully they have an idea on some of that. Because I understand that on a discussion on Friday from the gentleman from Opportunity that they're ready and ready to start work on the other highway that's going across on 686 from Peace River to, or anyway, the funding, and they seem to have the funding in place for that, according to this gentleman. And my concern is that the federal funding that we were waiting on has been allocated to this project. So I'd like just some clarification around that.
So the funding that he would have been referencing is for engineering. So they're doing the upgrade between Peerless and Trout, which was a previous project. Then they're doing the upgrade from Highway 88 to Peerless, which is a separate project. Then they're doing the engineering on the piece that goes over to Fort McMurray. Yeah, but so I guess what I would suggest is let's come up with a date and then we would ask council for what topics, if Bezant's roundabout would be a topic, if that exact 40X, stuff like that, if that's okay. Can we keep it like, yeah, as opposed to trying to put topics now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Rosewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment and ask a request to council. In the last 2 weeks, we've lost 3 previous councillors. Richard Harp, who was the councillor for Valhalla, and then the Laglass Valhalla area after the boundary adjustment, Adolf Schultz from the Hugh Allen area, and Laverne Surgard from the Laglass area. Sorry. I would just ask for a moment of silence with those council members.
We'll have a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So with regards to any more notices of motion? I'm seeing none. So moving on to council member reports. Is there any? Okay. Any further information on council member reports, things people would like to share, add to their reports or expand upon? Seeing none, so moving on to no administrative reports. And okay, we're 10 minutes. Did we have the information for the, so we can, okay. So we've got 25 minutes here, so we will bring back item 7. Funding request for helping homeless restart society. So we have more information. Who wants to take that? Julia, did you had sent out or?
So I can speak to it according to this lease agreement that the group, nonprofit group pays utilities. So that's not uncommon. So it's that the tenant agrees to pay for the utilities and other services on the property during the term of this agreement. And it's an active agreement expiring in, I believe, September 30th, 2023. So within documents that they provided, which was an RFD on council at January 16th meeting, these documents were actually part of the council package at that time. They also enclosed commercial purchase agreement. What I cannot answer how far they are in this process. So yeah, I just need to find out. Thank you.
So we have Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Thanks for the information. Just a question for administration. Do they have a long-range plan for this facility? Because this is an aging building. Even if they purchase it, they're going to have some long-term improvements that they need to do with it. And presently, if they're asking us for consideration on taxes in the past, which now they've got an exemption under COPTR, I think you said, and they're looking for help with costs for utilities. I would assume any maintenance, they'll be looking for some money for maintenance or at least for leasehold improvements in the future. Have we had any discussion with them what their long-term plans are?
Director Martin.
So thank you, Councillor. Good questions. This group, as I mentioned before, is very much a grassroots group that has been organizing itself kind of as they've been floating down the river on this. So we've been trying to give them as much assistance as we can. I don't think that conversation has been breached yet. We do know that the role that they're fulfilling is by supporting them, it takes some of the pressure off of us as the county, shall we say. So I would expect that we're going to have some involvement with this group going forward. To what degree that is still hasn't been determined, but the fact that they are local and wanting to, they have been a degree of success working with the RCMP and actually getting some targeted people back into more productive stream. They've had a pretty good track record so far. So I can't really speak to where they're at with the building, but it's on our radar. It is part of that conversation.
Yeah, and appreciate what the work they're doing, and I understand they've had successes, but they're purchasing an old building, very old building. And if the expectations is that council or that the county is going to contribute to any type of financial improvements and things like that, I think we need to have that conversation sooner than later. You know, we've, like I say, we've been asked for tax relief, we've been asked for relief for utilities, and it's only logical to think that they'd be looking for some improvements. And if that's the case, we should have a real good discussion about what the building is before they even purchase the building. Maybe they should be looking at seeing what the life cycle on that building is, or you know, if it's something that we want to participate in as well.
Yes.
Similar to the rec buildings, if it's over 50%, costs more than 50% to rebuild it, then it may be cheaper to build a new one.
Yes, to Chair, and those are I'll go back and speak with my team that's been working with them and find out where exactly we're at with that conversations.
Okay. Julia.
Thank you. I was going to add that our safety inspectors have been to that facility, and I believe that all of the safety type of concerns were addressed in that facility. Yeah, because they highlighted a few. It doesn't mean that, you know, all of the issues are addressed within that building, but at least it is safe to host people in there. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
So in my discussions with the group there, they were hoping to be able to get some federal money, but they had to be operational 2 years, which that time has passed. But dealing with the federal government, of course, is quite time consuming. But I do know also in conversations there that the money that they were planning to get from the feds would cover a new boiler system in there as well, which is one of the big ticket items that has a very limited life in it for sure. But on the other hand, in the current situation here today, I think they're doing an incredible job for our community in the area. You know, if you look at 18 residents being housed there and helped, and look at what it's costing us, it's pretty much a bargain, I think. And also that in doing that during that same time, they're taking these people that are not always all that desirable for the communities and having zero impact on the neighbors down the street. I live 2 blocks from that place. I've had zero impact. I've had very limited complaints from their operation. So I think they're doing a phenomenal job in that way. And with that said, I'd like to move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Peterson. Get back to the. That council approve the funding request for the Helping Homeless Restart Society for operating costs in the amount of $5,000 with funding come from the Community Wellness and Safety Grant stream and the Community Assistance Grant. First, I'll go to Director Shonkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just update council on the tax questions. Regarding the outstanding taxes that was there last year, what we have in place currently is tax repayment agreements on all those outstanding taxes. The 2 properties that qualify under COPTRA will be is of course exempt, you know, as part of this year's taxes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Harris.
Thanks, Field Marshal. I would support Councillor Peterson's motion. In their budget, they have funding to cover $42,000 worth of repairs and maintenance. They've got in their budget to cover their taxes, and they have in their budget a mortgage payment which will cover the purchase of the building. So I think they're progressing, and I think that we should support them in this. So thank you.
Okay, Julia.
Sorry, that could wait after council votes. So,
Okay.
yes.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion to the motion? I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you. I was just going to talk about mental health and the help that the province and the federal government considering to assist municipalities and assist general population in dealing with at the FCM. For those who attended, there were 3 motions made at FCM, and one of them was on mental health and helping people battle addictions. So this is probably very much timely to address issues in that part of the municipality. And I'm assuming there will be additional programs coming up from the province as well as from federal government to deal with, you know, to help out those who find themselves in that unfortunate situation. So.
Councillor Beaufort.
Thank you. You know, I don't take my comments as not supporting. I just think that we have to have a really good idea, the building itself, the cost associated with it. And as you know, we've been told before, if it's more than 50% of the value of the building, then we should be looking at something else. You know, they took advantage of an opportunity they saw, and the landlord or the leaseholder was generous enough to allow them to use that facility. But in the long range, for planning, is it going to be the appropriate or the best location for housing?
Councillor Roseland.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this organization has had much communication with the Minister of Seniors and Community or Social Services, but I would maybe it would be good to give them a introduction to the new minister, Minister Nixon. Just so I don't know if he's in the area and we do that, or if we send a letter of introduction introducing the group. It's just that as a new group, it might be good to have that information sent to him as well. So.
Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, thank you. And I guess this is just a further to what Mrs. Rosewell had to say. I believe we have a policy on congratulation letters and things like that. We have a new cabinet that was announced on Friday. We have a old new face returning. Minister McIver is our Minister of Municipal Affairs. And but I think it's appropriate that we send congratulations to the MLAs plus the ministers that have their new appointments. And maybe look at figuring out how we get in line to get to see some of them, because we're going to be about 50th in line to get to have some meetings with them.
Julia.
Thank you. Minister of Mental Health and Addiction is actually Don Williams, so it's one of our MLAs, like Northwest Alberta MLAs, so that's probably as well to get them acquainted.
Okay. So it's 12:05. Lunch will be here shortly, so we are recessed till 1 o'clock. back. We'll call the meeting back to order. So we'll move into 7.1 public hearings. So looking for a motion to move into public hearing. Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll we move into public hearing.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson to move into public hearing. Call the question. That motion is carried. So first one up is bylaw 2680-23-018, Keith Jansen, Helix Surveys. Samuel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This application is located on part of Northwest 20-71-8 west of the 6th, approximately 3 kilometers west of the town of Wembley. The application is to amend the county land use bylaw to redesignate lands from the agricultural ag district to highway industrial RM4, rural medium industrial RM2, and country residential CR5. At this time, administration is asking the council recess the public hearing to hear comments regarding bylaw 2680-23-018 to the July 17th regular council meeting to allow the applicant additional time to address concerns received during the circulation period. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a request to recess this. So I'm looking for a motion to recess. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that bylaw 2680-23-020 be recessed to a future council meeting, allowing the applicant time to address the concerns. Did you have a date, Sam?
For July 17th, but I do believe it was -018, not 20.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Sorry. Went down too far. Oops.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre to recess this public hearing. Just waiting for. I'm assuming, Mr. Ruxton, you're here for this one that we're just recessing now to July, so it'll be brought back on July 17th. He's given him time to address the concerns that have been raised around this rezoning. Sorry, actually, if you want to just come ahead to the seat column. Oh, actually, we have a motion first and then so we have a motion of recess. What's up? No, actually, I guess you can't. I'll have to talk to you after, Colin. I'll have to talk to you after, because then you can bring forward your concerns at that point in time, because right now we're recessing it, so it's not even on.
Okay, so it's come back on July the when?
Yeah, 17th.
Okay.
So we have a motion to recess the public hearing to hear comments regarding bylaw 2680-23-018 to redesignate 2.728 hectares, 6.741 acres within Part Northwest 97210 West of 6 from agricultural district to highway industrial RM4 district, 4.875 hectares, 12.505 acres within Part Northwest 97210 West 6 from agricultural district to rural medium industrial district RM2, and 2.223 hectares, 5.515 acres within Part Northwest 97210 West 6 from agricultural district to country residential CR5 district to July 17th, 2023 regular council meeting to allow the applicant additional time to address the concerns received during the circulation period. Go ahead, Sabina. Or did I already?
Call to question.
Call the question. That motion is carried. Go ahead.
Just a question. I noticed in the attachments that the names have been redacted from those that are concerned. And I am just wondering from legislative services side why they are, because as counselors, we need to have a name attached to something. Addresses, I think, are different, but the names of the individuals making the either addressing their concerns or supporting an application, I believe, should be added to the agenda. So this last one, the 2 objections had no names or signatures on them.
I believe that would have been me, and I will make sure that the names are included for July 17th.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, moving on to 7.2, looking for a motion to go into public hearing. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go to public hearing.
We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt to move into public hearing. Call a question. That motion is carried. So Samuel, this is yours as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application is located on part of Southeast 473-6 west of the 6th on the northwest corner of the intersection between Township 730 and Range Road 63 within the hamlet of Claremont. This application is to amend the county land use bylaw by redesignating 0.6 hectares or 1.48 acres from the agricultural ag district to the country residential CR5 district to accommodate a boundary adjustment between Plan 132-3931 Block 1 Lot 1 and the balance of the quarter section. The current zoning is agricultural, and the farmland assessment rating is a total 144.06 acres at 42% on the balance. The topography is described as mixed. Land uses in the area consist of agricultural, ag, and country residential CR5 districts. Administration anticipates minimal land use conflicts to arise from this application. The municipal development plan designates this site as rural. Section 6 of the MDP is most relevant. This application is consistent with the policies set forth in Section 6. The Northwest Claremont Area Structure Plan designates this area as proposed medium industrial, but there is no intensive development towards industrial at this time. As an additional comment, both the landowner of the subdivision and of the balance have both signed the application form and are in agreement to do the boundary adjustment. There were no comments of concern from the circulation. Administration is recommending that all 3 readings be given to bylaw 2680-23-019 to amend the county land use bylaw by redesignating 0.6 hectares within this area from the ag district to the country residential CR5 district with the following motions. Thank you.
Woody, would you like anything you'd like to add to this application?
Good evening or good afternoon, Reeve Marshall and Council. Thank you, Sam, for the presentation. No, I think it's fairly straightforward. We are hoping for 3 readings today, but here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr.
Or
Chair.
actually, sorry, I need to go. Is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councillor Balderson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm familiar with this and both families, and they've worked together well, so I would definitely support it. So if there's no other questions, I would move to come out of public hearing.
I don't see any lights on, so we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson to come out of public hearing. Call the question. The motion is carried. What are council's wishes? Councillor Balderson.
Thank you. I'd like to move first reading.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson. The first reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-019 to redesignate 0.60 hectares, 1.48 acres within part Southeast 473-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to country residential CR5 district. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Counselor Krennic.
Move second reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Counselor Krennic that second reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-019 to redesignate 0.60 hectares, 1.48 acres within part southeast 473-6 west of the 6th from agricultural district to country residential CR5 district. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that consideration be given to proceed to third reading of bylaw 2680-23-019 to redesignate 0.60 hectares from ag to CR5.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt that consideration be given to proceed to third reading of bylaw 2680-23-019 to redesignate 0.60 hectares, 1.48 acres within part southeast 473-6 west of the 6th from agricultural district to country residential CR5 district at this meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Actually, sir, if we can get you to remove your hat while you're in chambers, please. Thank you. That motion is carried. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that third and final reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-019.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that third and final reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-019 to redesignate 0.60 hectares, 1.48 acres within part southeast 473-6 west of 6 from agricultural district to country residential CR5 district. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thanks for coming in, Cody. So moving on to 7.3, bylaw 2680-23-20. Michael, welcome back.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll move it on to public hearing.
Councillor Roosevelt. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Roosevelt to move into public hearing. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application is for the Northeast 3rd 72-6 west of the 6th, directly adjacent to the north of the city of Grand Prairie, about a mile south of Highway 43, and adjacent to Range Road 62 and the Whispering Ridge Community Subdivision. The application is to redesignate 9.67 hectares, equivalent to 23.9 acres, from agricultural district to the limited institutional and recreation LIR district to accommodate the subdivision of 2 municipal reserve lots intended to be future school sites. The LIR district is primarily for school sites and institutional uses, and is used mostly within hamlet and other residential communities, and schools would be a permitted use in this district. The municipal development plan designates this area as an urban area, and as such, policies in Section 5 of the MDP are most applicable. An objective of Section 5 is to ensure sufficient land is set aside for schools in the Claremont urban area, and Policy 5.12 states that area structure plans shall be prepared to guide all future land development within this area. The subject is within the draft Windsor ASP area, and that draft ASP identifies this area as future school development. And so the application is consistent with the MDP. Land uses in the area consist of agricultural, country residential CR5, rural residential RR2, and urban reserve residential within the city, or in the county, sorry. And land uses in the city of Grand Prairie include the rural service area and urban reserve. Administration anticipates minimal land use conflicts to arise with this application. There were no concerns from Public Works. Aquaterra commented that the applicant is to enter into a servicing agreement with the county and Aquaterra, and this would be part of the subdivision. And there were no concerns subject to standard comments from Safety Codes, Alberta Historic Resources, Alberta Energy, ATCO Gas, ATCO Electric, and ATCO Pipelines. Administration is recommending option 1, that all 3 readings be given to bylaw 2680-23-020 to redesignate 9.67 hectares of part Northeast 3, 72-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to the limited institutional and recreation LIR district. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Or afternoon, Valerie, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. Nothing to add on this one, just here for questions.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this application? Go to the council. Any questions for administration or the land agent? Seeing none. Councillor Balderson.
I'll move we come out of public hearing.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson to come out of public hearing. Call the question. That motion is carried. What is council's wishes? Councillor Krennic.
I'd like to move the first reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-020.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic that first reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-020 to redesignate 9.76 hectares, 23.90 acres within part Northeast 372-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to the limited institutional and recreational LIR district. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move second reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that second reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-020 to redesignate 9.76 hectares, 23.90 acres within part Northeast 372-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to limited institutional and recreation LIR district. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Deputy Harris.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. I would move that consideration be given to proceed to third reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Paris that consideration be given to proceed to third reading of bylaw 2680-23-020 to redesignate 9.76 hectares, 23.9 acres within part Northeast 372-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to limit institutional and recreation LIR district at this meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move third and final reading.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frayne that third and final reading be given to bylaw 2680-23-020 to redesignate 9.76 hectares, 23.90 acres within part Northeast 372-6 west of the 6 from agricultural district to limit institutional and recreation LIR district. Is there any further discussion to the motion, Councillor Beaupre? Okay. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thanks for coming in, Valerie. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
So Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. It pertains to this application, but questions directed to administration and planning. Is there any remnant sites for LIR in the first phases of Whispering Ridge and or Westlake area? And if so, are those going to be offered back to the developer, or will we be keeping them?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So in the first phases of Whispering, all of the land will be used as, all of the municipal reserve will be dedicated as land in Whispering Ridge and Westlake, and has been. There was a portion of Westlake that was deferred up to the Sportsplex and added to the site there. The rest was provided in land form. The additional area that's coming, being allocated to this parcel is actually going to come from Crossroads North over by the lake over here. And the developer is working a subdivision application to do that.
So instead of money in lieu of or whatever for an industrial application, it'll be, okay. I was just wondering if there was any remnant school sites, because in the past we've had those, right?
There was, you're correct. We were looking at another 10-acre site in Whispering that was changed and now is provided as park space throughout the neighborhood. And there will be as future phases come on.
Okay. So that will accomplish more or the same amount as what would be required in any other subdivision?
Same amount, so it's still 10%. It'll be around 16 acres per quarter in each, so.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So a few minutes before our delegation, so moving on to 8.10 Business Assistant Grant Program Grant, Director Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we received an application for a business assistance grant program. This was council member approved in budget a couple of years back, and there's a couple of streams. One is to provide a grant to help with recruitment strategies, or developing recruitment strategies and undertaking recruitment of employees for businesses located in the county. We received an application from Commander Mechanical. They're an automotive and heavy duty repair shop located here in Claremont. Been in operation for a little over 20 years and is in good standing. They have been trying to hire, I guess, a couple of heavy duty mechanics, automotive mechanics and a service writer for a little over a year without much success. And so trying other options to explore to try and recruit people. So they have applied for the grant program, which would be $1,000 grant, and would help putting together a recruitment drive for them. So they meet all their criteria under policy M14, and we're recommending that council award the funding request. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. I'd move option 1, the council approve the funding request from Commander Mechanical for the business assistance program. I think this is really good, or an excellent example of an organization that has a long history that's really seeing challenges within the employee hiring process. So I think this is a good choice. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council approve the funding request for Commander Mechanical for the Business Assistance Program Employee Recruitment Grant Stream in the amount of $1,000 with funding to come from the Economic Development Business Assistance Program in accordance with policy M14 Business Assistance Program. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So go ahead.
Sorry, just a question to the administration, to Nick. So this one we've awarded, we haven't awarded any others before?
No, there hasn't. There's only been, it was an application last year for the someone who's developed a policy for remote work that we gave out, and this one, and that's all we've had so far.
Okay, I was going to ask if we had any feedback, whether or not what we're offering is sufficient enough for them to be able to use the money, or, you know, any type of feedback. But if we've only had 2 applications, it's
Yeah.
pretty hard to get feedback from
Yeah,
them.
we've had more of an uptake in the rural renewal stream. We've approved quite a few through that. So that seems to be maybe filling the recruitment gap there for a lot, but definitely we are putting out our business surveys here shortly as well this summer. So that's something we can include in that.
So with the rural renewal stream, will we be getting an update on how that program's going?
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I think the idea is to have it as part of AcDev's quarterly updates.
Thank you.
That, yeah.
Thanks.
So I'm gonna skip 8.11. That's gonna take a little bit. We can probably get 8.12 and 8.13. So.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
8.12 subdivision time extension.
As we have a couple of time extensions on here for council's consideration. The first one is for, Keith and Bev McKinnon. This was a subdivision approved in the Northwest 573.5. The site plan is attached to your agenda. It was for 3 parcels that were subdivided from the quarter. There was some existing residents and infrastructure associated with that, excuse me, on the site. The second one is for Mr. Balderston and Curry and Bearstone Associates. This is in Southeast 1774.5, Division 2. This was, the site plan, approved site plan is attached as well. This is located in the close vicinity to Spruce Meadows Golf Course. Highway 2 is just adjacent to the sort of northwest. There's 3 country residential parcels. We had no concerns or issues with either of the extensions, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So Division 2, Councillor Balderson.
I will move for,
It's not Division 2.
yeah, that one isn't. The first one is, the second one isn't. Like the second one would be Division 9.
Oh yeah, it's 9. Sorry about that. Apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed that one.
So for 8.12, I will move that we grant the time extension.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Balderson that the subdivision approval for file number PLSUB 202-10138 receive its first time extension and be extended to January 14, 2024 to allow the applicant time to complete the conditions of approval for the subdivision of 3 lots within Northwest 573.5 west of the 6th. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Councillor Krennic.
I will make them for the subdivision approvals option 1. That's make that motion for PLSUB 202-10500 to receive the first time extension.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic that subdivision approval for file number PLSUB 202-10500 receive its first time extension and be extended to May 20th, 2024 to allow the applicant time to complete the conditions of approval for the subdivision of 3 lots within Southeast 1774.5 west of the 6th. Call the question. That motion is carried. Now looking for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Krennic.
Make a motion to move into closed session.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic to move into closed session. Call the question. That motion is carried. That motion is carried. So we'll deal with motions in from closed session that I think there's only one that we have to deal with, correct? And that is, yeah. But Nick needs to be back here because we still have one item to deal with, is 13 or 8.11. Okay. Point 2. So 13.2 is the only one that we need to deal with, correct?
Because of a previous resolution.
Oh, so we don't have to do anything. And then the land.
Peter, glad you're back, Peter.
So with regards to the land though, in Claremont,
Yeah, we need that one.
13.3.
Yep, we would need a motion to proceed.
$13.3, okay. So looking for Councillor Krennic.
Mr. Reeve, in regards to 13.3, as discussed in closed session, I would like to make that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councillor Krennic that council direct administration to proceed with item 13.3 landowner concerns Claremont as discussed in closed session. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. That motion is carried. So moving back to item 8.11 is development permit request, industrial petrochemical gas plant facility, Director Lau.
Excuse me, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if you give us maybe 2 minutes, I'll get Michael in here. He was gonna take us through that one.
Okay. We'll recess for 2 minutes. People for a break. up. We'll let you do the introduction.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Mike's here to present a development permit application for CSV, who is looking for a permit approval in a direct control district. So Mike will take us through that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Director Lapp mentioned, this application is within the rural industrial direct control zone. And as such, any permits here need to be approved by County Council. The application is on Northwest 34-72-9 west of the 6, located about 2.5 miles north of Saskatoon Mountain Park and adjacent to Range Road 93 and Township 730. The application is for an industry petrochemical gas plant facility that will handle sour natural gases and associated natural gas liquid. This facility has a license with the Alberta Energy Regulator for sour gas processing and sulfur recovery technology. Under Section 8 of the Land Use Bylaw, industry petrochemical refers to a facility or industry that processes or refines gas, oil, and any other petrochemical products from its raw state to a more refined state suitable for transport in the market. In accordance, and that use fits with what's being applied for today. In accordance with Section 619 of the Municipal Government Act, a license granted by the Alberta Energy Regulator prevails. So when an application is received by a municipality for a development permit and the application is consistent with the license issued by the AER, the municipality must approve the application to the extent that it complies with that license. The applicant has provided a couple assessments on the road for this application. They have provided a traffic impact assessment to evaluate the impacts of the development at the intersection of Highway 672 and Range Road 92, as well as Range Road 91 and 90. The assessment states that the intersection will need to be upgraded to a Type 2B intersection to accommodate the tractor-trailer vehicles associated with the development. This TIA was sent over to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and they are in general agreement with the recommendations and conclusions of the assessment. The applicant had also provided a report on conditions of Highway 672 to the site. So that's going from Range Road 92 down to Township 730. And from visual observations, the roads are in good conditions with some need for vegetation clearing. Land uses in the area consist of agricultural and country residential CR5 districts. Administration anticipates minimal land use conflict to arise with the application. From our Public Works Department, they commented that the existing subgrade has topsoil. So again, this is from Township 730 and Range Road 92. And it is recommended to have the soil tested to validate the material in the existing subgrade. The 8 meters top can be sufficient with the existing 20 meter right-of-way existing. And the structure to be based on the loads and weight. And design drawings showing drainage and culvert signing is to be included. He also commented that a second set of drawings will, for Alberta Transportation showing their related improvements will be required, which Alberta Transportation will approve separately, and development agreements for both of these plus securities will be required as part of this decision. So administration is recommending approval subject to the following 9 conditions. Number 1, that the site is developed as per the site plan submitted. Number 2, that the development conforms to the district requirements of the Rural Industrial Direct Control RMDC district. Number 3, that the applicant shall obtain safety code permits to ensure the development complies with the Alberta Fire Code and Alberta Building Code. Number 4, that all outdoor lighting shall be located and arranged so that no direct rays of light are directed at any adjoining properties and interfere with the use and enjoyment of neighboring lands or the effectiveness of any traffic control device. Number 5, that the applicant shall provide an approach to development that is to county standards and to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. Number 6, that the applicant enter into a development agreement with the County of Grande Prairie for the provision of road upgrades to Township 730 and Range Road 92, as per Section 650 of the MGA and to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. Number 7, that the applicant enter into a development agreement with the County of Grande Prairie for the provision of upgrades to the Highway 672 and Range Road 92 intersection. Number 8, that the applicant entered to an annual road use agreement with the County of Grande Prairie to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. And number 9, that all construction debris is to be contained within an enclosed area by way of waste bins and or temporary fencing. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Councillor Zimmerman.
So I'd like to move option one. Oh, pardon me? Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, councillors.
So this has been circulated, correct? And is it only adjacent landowners that get a circulated too?
With this particular development, we circulate to anyone within an adjacent corridor section. So
Okay,
the corridor
because I know one of the developments that's coming or subdivisions that's coming up tomorrow is within like half a mile of this.
Oh.
A subdivision application that we have. So I was just wanting to make sure because that's going to be, it could potentially cause some conflict. And that was my only concern.
We can definitely have a closer look at that if, and I'm not familiar with the subdivision application tomorrow, sorry.
Yeah.
But for residences, so long as the residence itself is within 100 meters from this facility, that would meet the AER setbacks.
Okay, it is number, I'm just gonna look which one it exactly is. It's 4.6 tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Harris.
Thanks. This is development permit process. This is the time when we can ask them to improve the road. And so was there any consideration of getting pavement or partnering with them on pavement? Do we know what estimated taxes will be in the subsequent years? Like, I think this is
a multi-$100 million.
It's a $300 million project. What they say in one part of their application, and to pave the road that was needed would be less than 3 million, which is less than 1% of the total construction cost. And it would solve a whole bunch of problems in the future because if this is going to have trucks running in out of it on a daily basis, it's going to be 7 days a week.
Because they're looking at sulfur capture and sulfur transportation out of here.
It's going to be every day of the week. With some, but
no, it's going some.
Like 5. What it was, but there was 7.
Anyway, I just think it's an opportunity. You know, if you're going to construct this project, there's a lot of loads going in there. I just think a paved road would make it a lot easier for everyone.
Well, they come in off of 730. Yeah, so why not? Or not 730 off Emerson.
Down, wow.
So go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in talking with Public Works, we did feel that aside from checking the existing subgrade, the standard that for rural standards is sufficient for this, considering that the only traffic basically using these roads is or will be CSB, aside from a couple here and there. If CSB were to expand their scope or increase the intensity of traffic at a future development permit, we would be looking at upgrading or changing from an 8-meter top to a 9-meter top, which might trigger some further upgrades.
We have Councillor Peterson.
I was just gonna ask too, if we had considered them accessing from 723 instead of 672. Just based on the fact that 672 has a lot of big truck traffic already and not that wide of a highway chunk. And if we could start to divert some of that traffic from a different direction, I think it would be a positive thing.
Councillor Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no direct access to this spot from anywhere. There's no road going north. 93 isn't a through road. Going west towards Emerson, or the Hollow Road, you got to go around the lake. So there's no direct access. So it's definitely more than 2 miles, just so that we're aware, because there's no road going north on 93 from there. It's not a through road.
They go over to 92 and then north.
Yeah,
is
no,
what the preferred road is.
But just so that we're aware, it's a little bit more tricky than that because there's a lot of moving parts there just because of the location of it.
Councillor Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned some upgrades to an intersection and another Range Road intersection. Do you know what the cost of the county will be for that?
I do not know, sorry.
So those upgrades, is that gonna be on them or is that on the county?
So there's two upgrades to this, or two parts. One is the Highway 672 and Range Road 92 intersection. As part of the well, basically it would be on the developer. So as part of the development agreement, the county would get the securities for that. And same thing would be for the Township 730 and Range Road 92 intersections. If needed, the county would get securities on that as well.
Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. What would the assessment on $275 million be? In the final budget package, so with the assessment that, or the taxes that we'd be receiving from this property when it's up and operational?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was gonna try and find it here too. There was, in the chief assessor's update, he had included this one in the final budget package, estimated tax revenue off of it. I can't remember off the top of my head though.
So I don't disagree that they should have some requirements for intersection improvements, but I think that there's an opportunity to negotiate some of the other improvements that are on there as well. Because, you know, if it's a road that's potentially only being used by themselves, it's usually in their best interest to have a fairly decent road, but in the same breath, they may look at it and say, it's only being used by less than 50 people a day.
That's when it's up and operational. When they go in there with all that heavy traffic, it's a different story. I mean, I look at the road in Wembley for source sand and that little stretch of 83 is absolutely destroyed.
But
from those trucks.
Under the construction, do they not, as part of the road use agreement, do they not have to maintain or upgrade the road if they, under construction? If they enter into a development agreement with the County of Grande Prairie, if they're moving equipment and things like that in, if they damage the road, then they have to pay to redo the road, right?
Yeah, until there's an FAC, or final acceptance.
Yeah, certificate, yep. That's their responsibility.
I would agree with Deputy Harris. So I mean, these are opportunities where we have master plants like this going in to have them. We did that with Tidewater. They partnered with us to help extend our infrastructure so it's not being significantly impacted, especially when you look at the full cost of what their project is versus what it is for the upgrade of that infrastructure to get there. Well, and even if it's a partnership, I mean, we did that with Verison out in Division 7. Yeah, we split it with them. So, Julia.
Thank you. Is there a deadline to respond to this application? Normally we have to provide a permit, you know?
So I don't know the exact deadline, but CSV's timeline is basically as soon as possible, as they are
They
looking
want to start breaking ground.
basically this week.
Okay.
What is council's Director Reeve Harris?
I would be willing as a county to partner with them on the cost of the road, but it would save them money. Like, it's gonna be a mess, all in all. They listed on here, they're gonna have 11 trucks and trailer a day on that road. 7 days a week. Every day of the year. Like, it just won't stand it.
Councillor Beaupre.
So again, I heard the urgency for this permit, which is unfortunate. We should have had maybe a bit of a timeline to be able to have this discussion. But is there any chance that we could make one of the conditions could be a deferred transportation agreement where we could have a discussion around a more permanent solution for roads? Because as I said before, it doesn't matter what they do on that road. If before we have an FAC on that particular piece of road or on the project, they are responsible under the transportation agreement for the maintenance and care and control of that road. So they're if they totally destroy it, they have to rebuild it. And they're not going to hard surface it before they go in and build the plant. But they're going to rebuild that road. And then they're going to come back and look at the fact that they may want to enter into a deferred agreement for hard surfacing that road at that time. But until they have that plant completely built, they're not going to want to do anything on that.
Councillor Oswald.
So just so everybody aware, 92 is on our transportation master plan as well. It's part of our transportation master plan, Range Road 92.
Again, what is council's direction? Director Lapp.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if perhaps it might be best to table this until June 26th. That's the next council meeting? That give us a little bit of time to do some legwork and just figure out some costs. And we're just trying to do napkin calculations here and things. It might give us a bit of time to do that, have some conversation with CSV and have the rep here as well when you're considering it.
But is there something around what Councillor Beaupre, because this is something they wanted to get started on?
Well, there's condition 6 that we were recommending here is fairly general, right? Enter an agreement for upgrades to Township 730 and Range Road 92 to the satisfaction of Public Works. Now, there's no, we probably want to be a little more specific in terms of what we're looking for, right? To a paved surface, I guess, or
You just put a clause in there.
Timing, right?
yeah,
You wouldn't want to be doing that prior to construction of the plant.
correct.
Well, watch out for there's, though, even if they do upgrade, I mean, Tidewater's talking about upgrading, increasing the capacity of their plant, it's going to be all on pavement. So if the structure is there and it's paved.
Yeah. Is the June, sorry, does the June 26th timeline still fit for them, or are they, I thought I heard July, they were wanting to get going, but.
Could we just put the county will contribute $1.5 million to get this to a paved standard and leave it like just.
So let's be realistic. They are not going to be able to pave the road this construction season. And if that holds up them building the plant, what are we accomplishing here? So.
That's right.
That gives us way to insist on pavement.
Does.
We do have the tools within this recommendation, as Director Lapp has outlined, that there is an opportunity is to continue the discussion with them underneath the item number 6, I think it was.
And they, you might change satisfaction of Public Works to the satisfaction of the county, and we could bring the agreement back to council, working with them. And so if there's a partnership opportunity there that we're in for some and they're in for some, or if it's just a straight up pavement, gives council, another look at it, I guess. The ability to make that decision, still allow the permit to proceed.
Well, it says it's fine because it's to the satisfaction of Public Works, right? And Public Works has to kind of do what council suggests, right?
But it's just a little clearer if we say of county.
Yeah, I guess
direct control, right? It is a direct control.
Yeah, that's,
Council.
Yeah, I guess we're trying to be a little more transparent for them too, because we haven't had a conversation about pavement with them to date. It's always been, you have to upgrade the road. but it's a rural standard has been the conversation. Even, I think we'd met with them a year ago with Public Works, and that was the conversation that was gravel standard, upgrade the highway intersection and go from there.
So you'd be better off to table this till they can come back and speak to it and let administration have a conversation about the discussion we've had today. And if they want to come and sit in front of us and say, no, we want to keep it in a gravel standard, then we've at least had the conversation. We're not hamstringing them from when they can start their construction and is it contingent to building a road or paving a road.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If that's the correct facility, the only one for midstream is mentioned 2024 assessment for 2024 tax year. That's in Chris's and assessor's report. He's showing the estimated additional assessment $45 million and taxes $611,000 annually starting in 2025. So.
No, but they get a prorated.
I mean, the other option to deal with the condition is to, yeah, I mean, the wording would work and we could talk to them and say, we want to look at pavement.
Like just leave it and then.
And if there's pushback, then we could have them come back to council and debate that. That could be the response to say, okay, well, then you need to come to council and we'll get direction on what standard we want.
So those conditions will.
Yeah, I sort of do it as we're applying the county's design standards to this, and we were saying it should be asphalt, and they can come back and debate that if council wants to lower the standard. Then.
And then if they agree, you're done.
Or if they agree, then we're done.
Okay, Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say the positive to that was if there is no or negative to that, they could move very quickly with the application and continue their build out starting next week if they didn't have any negative.
So were we willing to pitch in money to go to asphalt?
Potentially. I mean, we did that with Farrison out in off of by Demet.
Because if we make that phone call to say, hey, to be transparent, we're talking asphalt, I think we would want to say, and we're willing
to look at a partnership.
Yep, I think it's part of the equation.
And that can come back to council too, right? I mean, as a part of the negotiation for the development agreement.
So with these conditions as is, that gives us those tools to be upfront with them on this.
Yep.
We see that.
Yep.
I think as long as we make that.
Yeah. I mean, we've discussed this in public and yeah, we'll have that conversation with them, and I would expect they'll probably want to come back. Because we have really just talked about gravel upgrades and widening a bit, but
I don't want to stop it. I just want to think it's in there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They'll take us out. Like it's. We may not, but they'll at least. No, they will.
So. You're looking at each other like,
who's making the call? I'll make the call.
Okay, so as it is, it gives us the tools that we can have those conversations with them.
I think it does. I just, I struggled with the transparency part because we haven't talked pavement. So I would feel comfortable as long as we're able to have that conversation too.
I think going forward, if we have any more of these, because I know there's other ones that have been approved and they're sitting on the shelf, we need to be upfront. Especially the one down at Theodore Thompson south of 85.
Yep.
Which we paved to that point.
Yep.
So. Okay. So. Sounds like we have the tools to move ahead with this discussion with them with the conditions as presented. Councilor Zimmerman.
I will move option 1 with all 9 conditions.
Okay, and that's all. I'm not
only 9 so far.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilor Zimmerman that the development permit PLDEV 20230034 for industrial petrochemical gas plant facility within Northwest 34729 west of the 6th be approved, subject to the following 9 conditions as discussed. Is there any further discussion? I'll call a question. That motion is carried. Okay, so I believe that, oh, no, we have one more item, that 5.1, the delegation. Administration is looking for whether we want to change our advocacy priorities or keep them as discussed in that. So looking for a motion around that. What is council's direction? Basically, option 1, Deputy Harris.
Thanks, Reeve Marshall. I'd move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris that council confirm the advocacy priorities and other activities for 2023 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. That is it for the day. We are adjourned. Yeah.